Now, now I believe you can hear me. Good morning, everyone. Dzień dobry wszystkim, szanowni państwo. I would like to welcome you on the International Advocacy Workshop 2024 in Warsaw, Poland, here at the University of Warsaw Old Library. A very interesting fact when I was getting prepared for this meeting and for my conduction is that during the Second World War, Czesław Miłosz, the now Nobel Prize winner, was working here as the janitor. That's quite inspiring to be here. Once again, I would like to welcome you and give you a warm welcome to all of you and our online participants. As you may know, IFFD serves as an umbrella organization for more than 250 family enrichment centers operating in 68 countries and reaching out to over 90,000 individuals every year. Well, me and my family, turns out to be one of those thousands of families positively impacted by IFFD throughout the parenting courses. So I wish I am to be a lawyer. Actually, I'm a aviation law passionate, but I'm an airline pilot, captain of Boeing 787 Dreamliner planes, flying on the long-haul flights. But most important is that I'm husband of Claudina and father of 3 kids, Hanna, Stefan, and Rose. On this occasion, I have also the honor to contribute to the work done with youth advocates, looking forward to impacting discussions here in our country at the European Union and at the United Nations on the role of families in development. It is a pleasure to be here and learn from all of you. Without further delay, let us turn to the welcome remarks section, starting with IFFD Director of International Relations and representative to the United Nations, Dr. Alice Vasquez. Dr. Vasquez, the floor is yours.
Well, welcome everybody here in person and online. Thank you for all the partners that we have had here in Poland, really helping us to make this a reality. All of you that are going to be part of this workshop and learn with us, together with us. We definitely learn from the youth, and that's why we organize these type of events. I wanted to kind of set the framework of where we are in terms of family for development, the family as the basic unit of society, and not only what we have seen at the UN and the international level, but what are the opportunities for young people, for experts, for academia to influence decisions there. So as you see here, it turns out that in 1989, it was Poland who suggested at the UN to celebrate the first International Year of the Family in 1994. So we owe Poland that. And not only that, but we know that they were the first to ratify the Convention on the Rights of the Child in Europe. And basically what the main claim of Poland back then was that policies are meant to be for the well-being of the family as the basic unit of society. And it was, if you read it, is a resolution, is a document of the UN that is pretty basic. But then it came the World Social Summit in Copenhagen. And that many of the topics that we're going to discuss these days are related to them. And it definitely enriched and justify why we should focus on the family first. when we design, implement, evaluate policies. And then I make a jump to 2014, where Ignacio, here sitting next to me, really made an effort, together with many other NGOs, to add some relevance to the family again at the UN. It was kind of forgotten for almost 15 years. With one thing, the Civil Society Declaration. That is something that, it's something similar that what you are going to prepare in the advocacy plan, because that's kind of the claims from the civil society, from the families, from the children, from the older persons, from migrants, from youth, to how we advance on social development. And the main thing was tackling family is a holistic approach to development, because you tackle all members of family. And just as of this year, in 2024, again, we have presented a new civil society declaration focused on megatrends, new technologies, urbanization, migration, demographic shifts, and climate change, together with the 2030 agenda. Those are the milestones that we have seen in the past and we have accomplished. And I want to just continue. So what is our vision, our advocacy style? I was explaining to some of you what we do at the UN. First, to show the reality of families, thanks to parents like Irek here. And then we bring experts, as the one sitting right next to us, and coming from houses like this, from universities around the world, to show us evidence-based proposals. And we work with all the actors that we can gather in this cross-cutting approach. And lastly, what are the opportunities that we've seen? So in 2020, the Secretary General of the UN, after seeing the effects of the pandemic, said, well, we need a new agenda. We already have the 2030 agenda for development, the SDGs and everything else, but we need a new social pact, because this pandemic has really showed a lot of deficiencies. So in 2022, he called for an education summit, and many countries committed to reboot all the systems. In 2023, the SDG summit happened to see in these only 6-7 years what was going to happen if the SDGs were going to be accomplished. In 2024, just in 2 weeks, we're going to participate in the Summit of the Future. It's mostly member states, but they're bringing innovative solutions. Our old and new solution is always the family, how to influence better. And the one coming up, and the topics that you're preparing during this workshop are meant to influence with young professionals, young researchers, youth perspectives, the social summit in Doha next year. So with all that, I'll just give you a warm welcome to this, and thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Alex. I would like to thank you also for your contribution in the United Nations, for your work. It's very hard work we need. Because what IFFD gives us is that we can become better husbands, better parents, and better families, and to grow really good society in the future. Now allow me to turn to Professor Anna Zbiegeń-Turzańska, Vice Dean of Faculty of Law for Development and Cooperation with Social, Economic Environment of the University of Warsaw. Pani Professor, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and good morning to our audience joining us online from all around the world. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to the 12th International Advocacy Workshop held in Warsaw. My name is Anna Zbiegeń-Turzańska, and I'm the Vice Dean of the Faculty of Law and Administration here in Warsaw. I must say that I deeply appreciate the concept and the whole idea of the workshop that is organized here in Warsaw. I also appreciate the program and the method. So it is clear to me that the conference and the workshop is referring to a bigger topic, the topic of sustainable development. Sustainable development is usually defined as a development that meets the needs of the present generation without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. So development can be viewed as sustainable as long as it gives recognition to its economic, environmental, and social dimension. The conference is very up to date, and its agenda refers to efforts taken upon on international level. Next year, as Alex already mentioned, in 2025, the second World Summit for Social Development will be held. It will take place almost 30 years after the first historic World Summit for Social Development, where an ambitious vision of social development was set out. A vision of development aimed at social justice, solidarity, equality among people. The first World Summit for Social Development adopted the famous 1995 Copenhagen Declaration and Program of Action to place people at the center of development with 10 commitments, including poverty eradication, promoting full employment, and social inclusion. The 12th International Advocacy Workshop, which is currently held in Warsaw, is inspired by all these factors and phenomena taken upon on international level and will be devoted more specifically to social integration of youth, older persons, and migrants and their implications for the family. So there are three basic pillars. Youth integration. There is evidence that labor market challenges, such as unemployment, lack of social security, or inactivity, disproportionately affects youth. Participation of older persons. Over the past 50 years, development in most regions of the world shows a reduction in fertility and equally dramatic increases in life expectancy. And this phenomenon has to be addressed by governments and organizations. Finally, also migrant integration. Migration is an important enabler of sustainable development and therefore has significant potential for contributing to the well-being of individuals. So as we can see, the program of the conference and the workshop is of great significance, both from social and scientific perspective. It is undisputed that the social integration of youth, of older persons, of migrants, and their implications for the family deserves our special attention. As mentioned earlier, I also very much appreciate the method. So the 12th International Advocacy Workshop is a conference and a workshop at the same time. So first, sessions of experts on the state of the art are planned, and consequently, workshop sessions are planned where negotiations aimed at drafting an advocacy plan for each topic will take place. So what is also important, the advocacy plan elaborated within the workshop will be presented on international, on United Nations level, on European level by the International Federation for Family Development as a part of its advocacy. So the conclusions of the conference and the workshop will be presented at the Second World Summit on Social Development, which will be held next year in Qatar. Ladies and gentlemen, the challenges made by the 12th International Advocacy Workshop are significant, but I am confident that you will succeed in your objectives. I wish you a very productive and successful workshop. I hope that the conclusions elaborated within each workshop session will contribute to a better understanding of modern challenges we are facing when it comes to integration of youth, older persons, and migrants. I also wish you a very pleasant stay here in Warsaw at the University of Warsaw, and I declare hereby the conference open. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor, for this inspiring speech and opening of the conference. And appreciation again for hosting us here in at the University of Warsaw and making this workshop reality. Let's give a warm, another round of applause, please.
It's our pleasure.
I would like to give now the floor to advocate trainee Franciszek Wiącek, associate at Wardyński and Partners law firm, and president of Family Advocacy Association of Poland, FAA. Franciszek, advocate trainee, the floor is yours.
I have the very special moment in my mind when we first met with Ignacio Socias, sitting here. It was on the occasion of the conference on youth transitions, 18th of February 2020, in the European Parliament in Brussels. The goals of this conference were to empower attendees to stand up, to open a dialogue, and to discuss with experts and decision makers about the role of families in supporting youth transitions. I am very grateful that today I have a pleasure of welcoming you in my beloved Warsaw, and I truly believe that in the near future we will meet in the cities of each and every one of you. I mentioned this conference in the European Parliament because today the thematic area will be slightly different. However, the aim will be exactly the same: to stand up, to open a dialogue, and to discuss with experts and decision makers about the role of families. I want to express my deep appreciation to Dr. Ignacio Socias of IFFD, Advocacy Talent Acquisition, Dr. Alexander Jose Vasquez, Director of International Relations of IFFD, Advocate Tomasz Wardyński, Professor Anna Zbiegień-Turzańska, Vice Dean of Faculty of Law, Advocate Marcin Karol Piechocki, Magister Juris, Oxford, Professor Marcin Wiącek, the Commissioner for Human Rights, and my team, our team, Zuzanna Śladowska, not only phenomenal young lawyer, but also second Vice Miss Poland, as you see. Zofia Tymińska, Katarzyna Lachman, Stanisław Siwko, Maciej Kulisz, Wiktor Józefiak. Family Advocacy Association Poland is in the process of establishment. At the beginning of this year, I had the pleasure of delivering a speech, The Anxiety of Growth Paradigm, in European Union Parliament in Brussels. A phenomenal delegation from Warsaw accompanied me at the time. We discussed specifically the issue of carbon taxation, and this is exactly the idea of Family Advocacy Association: defining the problem from the very foundations and bringing the idea to the most prominent forums, and at the end of the day, just implementing the law. UN level, and especially its rules of law, are general and abstractive. And because of that, It is our role to create and implement the law in our countries and as an effect influence political sphere globally and change the world. The 12th International Advocacy Workshop is a conference and two-day workshop oriented to entry-level professionals or students of social sciences or a related field, and aimed at developing proposals of solutions. We call it advocacy plans. Advocacy plans are on the situation of young people, or will be on the situation of young people in the labor market, social participation of older persons, and social inclusion of migrants. The vision of the 12th International Advocacy Workshop is to be an inspiration in advocating for a family perspective on policy making as the most meaningful vehicle for the well-being of upcoming generations. This approach is informed by both scientific evidence and social progress. We have intention to explore how policy strategies are set by creating a space where young advocates can discover an innovative style to promote social cohesion by preparing advocacy plans and presenting the conclusions on European Union and United Nations level. The United Nations General Assembly has decided to convene the Second World Summit on Social Development in 2025 to address gaps and recommit to the principles outlined in the 1995 Copenhagen Declaration on Social Development and Programme of Action, and give momentum towards the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. It will be held at the level of heads of state, of government in Qatar from 4th to 6th November 2025. The intention of the parties organizing this conference is that the conclusions of the conference will be presented by our delegation at the Second World Summit on Social Development in November 2025 in Qatar. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Franciszek, advocate trainee, and appreciation for your partnership to make this workshop a total success. Let's give another warm round of applause for these speeches. And now we have reached the end of the welcome remarks, and I would like to invite you to join us for a short coffee break before the next session. We'll be back here at 11:30 and enjoy your coffee. Thank you. So welcome back after this delicious coffee break. The workshop is made out of academic sessions and some practical sessions to learn how to better advocate for family policies. Today we'll have great academic sessions, starting with the Second World Summit on Social Development by Advocate Marcin Karol Piechocki. Please welcome our first speaker. Advocate, the floor is yours, and let's give a warm welcome to Advocate.
Franciszek, pleasure for me to invite me for invitation. Thank you for this invitation. My name is Marcin Piechocki. I'm an advocate, a member of Warsaw and Hamburg Bar. I'm a president of the European Law Section and vice-president of Commercial Law Section of Warsaw Bar Association. This lecture is an introduction to give you an idea about current developments, which on the basis of which your organization may develop and have a fruitful future. As an introduction, then, let's refer to the UN Resolution 70/1 adopted by the General Assembly on 25th September 2015, transforming our world, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. I take my pilot. Right. As an introduction, I would like to refer to the call for action to change our world. Let's make a short reading. 49. 70 years ago, an earlier generation of world leaders came together to create United Nations. From the ashes of war and division, they fashioned this organization and values of peace, dialogue, and international cooperation which underpin it. The supreme embodiment of these values is the Charter of United Nations. Today, we are taking a decision of great historic significance. We resolve to build a better future for all people, including the millions who have been denied the chance to lead decent, dignified, and rewarding lives and to achieve their full human potential. We can be the first generation to succeed in ending poverty, just as we may be the last to have a chance to saving the planet. The world will be a better place in 2030 if we succeed in our objectives. Then, next part. We the peoples are the celebrated opening words of Charter of the United Nations. If it is we the peoples who embarking today on the road 2030. Our journey will involve governments as well parliaments, the United Nations system and other international institutions, local authorities, indigenous people, civil society, business, and the private sector, scientific and academic community, and all people. Millions have already engaged with and will own this agenda. It is an agenda of people, by the people, and for the people. And this, we believe, will ensure the success. This passus, just short comment, refers to, look, very wide audience of participants involved in this project, in this agenda, and the past and future summit, which will take place next year. The last passus. The future of humanity and our planet lies in our hands. It lies also in hands of today's young generation, who will pass the torch to future generations. We've mapped the road of sustainable development. It will be for all of us to ensure the journey is successful and gains irreversible. On the basis of this call, the political, legal, and social framework for social development may develop, and as I said, your organization as well. Few words on introduction. What's all about the second UN World Summit for Social Development? Have this goal, which I read, in mind. The UN General Assembly decided to convene this summit in its resolution 78/261 with the aim of addressing gaps and recommitting the Copenhagen Declaration on Social Development. That's one legal document, and the program of action, which you have a chance to read, very important, which I have a chance to read the important passus previously, agreed at the first World Summit on Social Development 30 years ago, in 1995, and providing momentum towards implementing 2030 agenda. The second World Summit on Social Development, as I said, will bring together heads of state or government and other participants in Qatar in November 2025, 1 year to go. The government of Qatar will host the summit with the support of United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs. What are the objectives of summit? Summit aims to adopt a concise, action-oriented political document, not with legal dimension, of course, with a social development approach that will galvanize implementation of 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, which I had a chance to read the important passages as an introduction to this lecture. Second, to continue the permanent, just to continue a few words how it is organized. The permanent representative of Belgium, Philippe Kridelka, and the permanent representative to UN of Morocco, Omar Hilale, were chosen by United Nations to serve as a so-called co-facilitators of the summit. One member state of developed country and one participant, one co-facilitator from non-developed country. They will support the process, including organizing discussions on the expected declaration with the aim of agreeing of the declaration in advance by consensus. The summit will consist on opening and closing segment, plenary meetings, and 2 high-level roundtables. The first roundtable will focus on strengthening the 3 pillars of social development: poverty eradication, that's very important, poverty eradication, it's repeated many times, then full and productive employment, and decent work for all, and the last objective, social integration. The second roundtable during that summit will assess progress, gaps, and challenges in implementing the commitments of the Copenhagen Declaration on Social Development and its program of action implementation of 2030 agenda. Just to comment, it's really more than Davos. It's even more than 2 times Davos. It's so crucial. You will see in a minute what may happen. Generally, why was the need to call the Second World Summit? We had one, and was the results of this were quite substantial. Why? Because the UN General Assembly decided to convene the summit in its resolution with the aim to address gaps and recommitting the Copenhagen Declaration on Social Development in 1995. I will talk about it in detail later. And to implement 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. It's known that deep concern by United Nations and international community was expressed that more than 25 years after the convening the World Summit for Social Development in Denmark, in Copenhagen, progress has been slow and even major gaps still remain. Look, there are new developments during the recent 30 years. Let's say on inter alia, digital and telecommunication revolution, COVID-19 pandemic, social economic downturn of 2008, global warming, energy transformation, lapse of 30 years, and further developments in countries which form international society. All of these inter alia require its updated supplementation reconsideration. Look, this was first World Summit for Social Development, 1995, in Copenhagen, Denmark. You will see member of many states. There was most of member of states at the level presidents of prime ministers. You see Chancellor Helmut Kohl, you see Mitterrand, you see also Fidel Castro. So really all members were involved as a head of China and other countries from all around the world. First World Summit for Social Development in Copenhagen was really historic summit. It was so huge that it considered the largest gathering of world leaders even assembled in the history. It was attended, as I said, by it included delegates from 186 countries, with 117 represented at the level of heads of states and government. It gathered about more than 14,000 people. The summit and governments present there pledged to make the conquest of poverty the goal of full employment and fostering of social integration, overriding objectives of development. At the conclusion of the summit, the government adopted a declaration and program of action 2030, which represent a new consensus on the need to put people at the center of development in order to advance social development through 10 commitments. Let's have a look at these 10 commitments. It includes creating an enabling environment, eradicating poverty, promoting full employment, promoting social integration, achieving equality and equity between men and women, allocating resources for social development, cooperating for social development, accelerating development in Africa and the least developed countries, accessing health and education services, and so on. We should name also Copenhagen Declaration on Social Development as one of the legal documents, legal, social, and political documents. In this Copenhagen Declaration, heads of states said that they are committed to political, economic, ethical, and spiritual vision of social development that is based on human dignity, human rights, equality, respect, peace, democracy, mutual responsibility and cooperation, and full respect of the various religious and ethical values and cultural backgrounds of the people. They gave a highest priority in national, regional, and international politics and actions through the promotion of social progress, justice, and the betterment of human conditions based on full participation by all. The framework for action was created. Inter alia, I just want to underline, to reorganize the family as a basic and unit of society and acknowledge that it plays a key role in social development. As such, it should be strengthened with attention to the rights, capabilities, and responsibilities of its members. In different cultural, political, and social systems, various forms of family exist. It is entitled to receive comprehensive protection and support. There are many terms. If you get this presentation, you can have a look, just don't want to prolong. I would like to refer also to the commitments of Copenhagen Declaration on Social Development, which was the very important constitutional, so to say, document ending the first UN World Summit for Social Development. It reads as follows. Our global drive for social development and the recommendations for actions contained in the Program Action 2030 are made in the spirit of a consensus and international cooperation in full conformity with the purposes and principles of Charter of the United Nations, recognizing that the formulation and implementation of strategies, policies, programs and actions for social development are the responsibility of each country and should take into account the economic, social, environmental diversity of conditions in each country with full respect for the various religious and ethical values, cultural backgrounds and philosophical convictions of its people and conformity with all human rights and fundamental freedoms. In this context, international cooperation is essential for full interpretation of social development program and actions. I will later, please have it in your memory, because I will later refer to the legal analysis, why it's written like that. Of course, the next document as a framework of social development agenda are sustainable development goals according to the 2030 agenda. We know these ideas, but let's refer to some of them. End poverty in all its forms everywhere. End hunger, achieve food security and improved nutrition and promote sustainable agriculture. Ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all the ages. ensure inclusive and equitable quality education, and promote lifelong learning opportunities, achieve gender equality, and empower all women and girls. Ensure availability and sustainable management of water and sanitation. Ensure access to affordable, reliable, and sustainable and modern energy. Build resilient infrastructure, promote inclusive and sustainable industrialization, and foster innovation. Reduce inequality within among countries, make cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. Ensure sustainable consumption production patterns, conserve and sustainable use the oceans, seas, and marine resources for sustainable development. Promote peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development. Provide access to justice for all and build effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels. Actually, this is the idea of whole United Nations. It's named in this document, but this is actually idea on which the United Nations organization is based, and the further goals on the basis of this are developed. And to sum up, I would like to give some assessment. What are the political, legal, and social implications? As you see and observed, the terms used by these legal documents are very general. Why they are general? Sometimes maybe it is difficult to follow, but this is the language of United Nations. Why? Look, we have so many countries with so many different cultures, jurisdictions, different standards, different levels of development, and so on, and different location. We need to use general terms to find the basis for understanding, mutual consensus, to build on that. Please remember that each summit ends with political declaration. I say political declaration. So it is, I will call it as a gateway to soft law, to be prepared by United Nations in form, let's say, of resolutions of later on. So let's say this is a summit, huge gathering, and later this summit will end in political document, and governments which sign this document has so-called moral obligations to follow the agenda agreed, but it's still not law. Once, let's say, United Nations agrees to issue resolution, this is soft law on the basis of this political declaration. Soft law, still, according to international law rules, is not binding, but it's law. It's law. And what will happen? States, as members of this international organization, United Nations, have moral and political obligation to implement the soft law in the national legal orders. As I said previously, look, 25, 30 years lapsed, and it was said not too much happened, or it's still not efficient. So let's meet again, work, because we don't have too much time. We don't have too much time to work on that. So, What are the issues to consider during that summit? I will read or summarize. Despite the progress made in recent decades in terms of eradicating poverty, this is crucial terminology, and reducing multidimensional inequalities, global scenario compels us to review strategies, reaffirm commitments, and mobilize resources with multilateral and cooperative actions in a context of multiple overlapping crises. Having in mind what will happen and will be discussed next year, we should take into consideration that such issues like there are nearly 4 billion more people. There is an increase in geopolitical tensions, growing geoeconomic fragmentation, wars, intensification of effects of climate change, energy transformation, demographic changes, technological disruption, artificial intelligence development, threat of pandemics, wars and conflicts, changes in international financial architecture. All these issues needs to be discussed. Maybe more will come. It's open catalog of issues which will be raised and discussed during the summit. Hopefully, the new recommendations will be developed during that time, and goals of next summit will be maybe achieved in short term, not long-term basis. I would like to thank you for your consideration, and please note that general terms are necessary to achieve this understanding. Sometimes it might be in its concentration that they will be for people to be followed, but they are basis for future cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, Advocate, for this enlightening speech and impassioned speech about the United Nations World Summit for Social Development. Now, of course, it helps us see the importance of this workshop and the results of this workshop and the World Summit next year, which will happen. Let's give us another round of applause for Advocate Marcin Piechocki.
It was an excellent overture. I want to personally congratulate Advocate Piechocki, and huge applause, please, once again for Advocate Piechocki.
Thank you, sir.
Now, let's turn to Dr. Ignacio Socias, Advocacy Talent Acquisition in International Federation for Family Development, and his session on participation of older persons and active, healthy aging. Dr. Socias, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Eric, and I will make sure that I don't speak more than I'm supposed to, because with age, this is a risk, to be sincere. Well, thanks very much for your very comprehensive presentation on the World Social Summit, which is really very good to understand why we are here and what is the importance of what we are doing. I am also very thankful to all the authorities who spoke at the introductory session. of today because they helped us to understand something that for me, after all these years, is very clear. The important role of families in social development. That is why also, as you will very well understand, we decided to focus this event on the possible main contributions we can make to the summit. The summit, as we already know very well, was the follow-up, it's going to be the follow-up of the Copenhagen summit, focused on eradicating poverty, decent work for all, and intergenerational solidarity. What else has to be introduced into the topics of the new meeting? As Dr. Bihasi was saying, the summit will have two parts. The first part is to review what has happened with the Copenhagen Declaration Plan of Action, and the second one is to see what new topics should be included in the discussion of social development for the following years. Our proposal for this are the three topics that will be considered in the workshop. Integration of youth, which is a real problem nowadays in many countries. Integration of migrants, which is also a great problem. And the third one, which I'm going to talk about, integration of older persons. In fact, the Copenhagen Declaration already foresaw something about this. It said, in all countries, people may be particularly vulnerable to social exclusion, poverty, and marginalization. So older persons, especially. We need to think in a future where older persons will be respected as they deserve. I know this affects me personally, but as it does, I'm going to speak about it. And why is this so necessary? Because we have two factors that have completely changed the landscape of societies since 1995. The first is the growth of aging population. And the second, the more life expectancy. Just have a look at this. In 2015, the number of people over 60 were 12.3% of the global population. In 2050, they will be 21.5%. How do we know it? Because we know it because those people are already here. Maybe most of you will be there. And also we know that fertility has been going down, and this is not going to change in the following years. So we are going to have a society in which the number of old people will nearly double. If you want to know in which countries this will happen more, you can see now countries and territories with the highest share of people aged 65. In 2024, number 1 is Japan, number 2 is Italy, number 3 is Finland, number 4 is Puerto Rico, Portugal, Greece, Germany, and Croatia. But in 2050, we can see a clear shift to Asian countries, not only Japan, but also Hong Kong and South Korea, where the fertility rate is the lowest in the world at present, 0.7 children per woman. And then also some European countries as Italy, Spain, Greece, and Portugal. So you can also see in this following graphic how the population of countries is going to change and how those countries will be the countries with more young people. Countries like India, China, Nigeria, the US, Pakistan, Indonesia, Brazil, Democratic Republic of Congo, Ethiopia, and Bangladesh. I wanted to mention this because you can see that in many of those countries, new individuals, people who are born, won't get the best possible education or the best possible health. So we can say that humanity in the years to come will be older, less educated, and less healthy, okay? And this is why I want to say the integration of all the people will be so important. Now, let's go a bit quickly through the different areas of the world. You know that Asia is now the part of the world with more population. Now it's 64%. And that's why probably the concentration of all the people, as we said, will be greater in that continent. Europe, at the same time, has the highest proportion of older persons relative to its total population. In Europe now, around 20% of people is already over 65. So this we were saying for the whole world in 2050 is nearly a reality now in Europe. Also, North America is experiencing a significant aging, and they will get this 25% by 2030. But even Latin America and the Caribbean is aging rapidly, and that remains us with Africa. Whereas I was saying, improvements in health are contributing to increase the older population, but not enough, because they don't get, as you well know, the educational level they need, nor the health level they need. So if we go now to this second factor, life expectancy, we can see that North America and Europe will get the highest one, together with Australia. But then we get Asia, Latin America, and the Caribbean and Africa. What I want to point out is that in the future, we will have two worlds. One world, which is younger, less educated, less healthy, and another world which can be educated and healthier, but older. What are the drivers for this? What will help to make this a reality? We have already talked about the declining fertility rate. increased life expectancy, and also, this is the third factor I want to introduce here, migration. I think this graphic is really incredible, but it's true. I mean, from the 1960s until today, the fertility rate in the world is less than half of it was. So it was basically 5.20 something, and now it's 2.5. Probably by now, because these are dates of 2021, probably by now it's 2.3. What does that mean? Nobody knows really, because I mean, this significant, persistent trend to lower fertility every year has never happened before. But what we can say is that it's not going to revert, at least in the following years. We have organized at IFFD different expert group meetings during the past year for the 30th anniversary of the International Year of the Family in the 5 continents, and the one in Asia. We had it in Kuala Lumpur. We had a very good demographer from South Korea who was telling us that the situation of fertility, not only in South Korea, especially in South Korea, but in the rest of the world, is like the perfect storm. And he speaks about 23 different causes for it. We were talking about this in New York in the final meeting, and a demographer from Germany said, well, I can quote 47 if you want. So this means that we need to count on this, and this is the main driver. Second, life expectancy, we have talked about it. And third, migration flows. You can see there in a pale blue color, immigration countries, and in a more yellowish color, immigration countries. This will completely change, and it's already changing in many places. We were discussing yesterday about this. What is the best solution for migration? And of course, there is not one fits all solution, because every country has different circumstances. But the truth is that as much as a country gets older, as much as young workforce it will need. So this young force will have to come from some places. This can be regulated in many ways, but it's not so easy. In any case, as migration is going to be the topic of another talk, I'm not going to get into it much, but just wanted to mention it. This has a lot of economic and social implications, like, for instance, we were mentioning it, the sinking workforce, which means that public pension systems and healthcare services will be strained, for sure. Then that this significant adjustments in healthcare will affect delivery and financing, because there will be less money to finance them. And third, social implications we already see as isolation, ageism. So one first very clear idea is that we need to ensure that older adults can remain first active, second engaged, and three supported. This is a bit of humor now, but I think it's a very deep consideration. when you are turning from a younger society to an older society, you need to keep in mind what this shows. People who are young usually are in very good conditions on Fridays. And then the weekend comes and they tend to spend all their efforts. Well, older people usually use the weekend to recover. Okay? You can talk about this for the whole week, but you can also talk about this for a day. You can also talk about this for a work perspective. So older people probably are able of less physical effort, but they have more experience. They are able of less innovation, but more consolidation, etc., etc. So this is something that should be kept in mind. I use this bit funny thing, but it's like this in many, many ways. Also, I think this is interesting, what is called the 5 pillars of healthy aging. So policies at work, etc., should try also to focus on this. Because for young people, they don't need to be encouraged to do physical activity. They can't be convinced of doing a healthy diet. They will have quality sleep even if they have to sleep on the floor. Okay, they have brain stimulation. We learned that, for instance, a young kid makes 1.4 million neuronal connections every second. I don't know how many neuronal connections can an older people make, but I don't want to know it. So, and also relationships and purpose, connection with others, stay engaged, find the purpose of the future. So these are things to keep in mind in an aging society. Also, if we want to consider aging society and active aging, you need to think about making it healthy, making it relationship purposeful, making it healthy through biogerontology, try to make, to combat, to eradicate ageism, promote social protection, inclusion and social participation, and therefore mental capacity and mental health. We're talking about 2 different concepts, that's true. Healthy aging and active aging. They are not the same because health usually comes from 2 factors. Okay? Your DNA, one can say, and your past, what you have done in the past. But active is something you can do today. I mean, older people, if they feel useful, they can do sometimes much more than they actually do. So, after this, what are the challenges that political systems and legislation have to face regarding older people in the future? First, something politicians don't like to talk about, but they need to face: pensions systems adjustment. It is true that it's not a problem for tomorrow, 4th of September. Okay? Not probably for the next year, but it's every time nearer the moment in which welfare states, as they are thought today, won't be able to face the future as they do now. Second, the transformation of healthcare systems, especially everything that has to do with geriatric care, care delivery, prevention. And this is not only for older people, because we know now, for instance, what the effects of smoking have been. Talking in, of course, in statistical terms. Maybe one person smokes all his life and he stays healthy. But for that one person, there will be 85 who won't. So we now know what the consequences of smoking are. And we need to tell people, because if not, we will have, some countries do now more than others, a real healthy problem. We can also talk about alcohol, we can talk about many things. But in any case, we need to prevent more. Then for labor markets, what will happen, yeah, really, with very easy to mention here, artificial intelligence, AI. What's going to happen with that? We don't know. But we learn every day. Also, there is a lot to be said, and I will at the end, about retirement age. Because we are in a society where labor market has two main real difficulties. The first is that it's thought just for men, not for women. But the second one is that it expels people out when they are in the best situation in his life. Because, I don't know, 30 years ago, someone who was 65 was old. Now someone who is 65 can still work for many years. As always, talking on statistical terms, okay? When a professor was telling me, are you retiring? I can't believe it, but you're... Yeah, but I am the age to retire. I mean, I will do many things probably, but you see, so there's this adjustment. And then balancing the needs of older adults with those of younger people in taxation, in social services. Intergenerational solidarity is very important. Because when there is this interaction, everyone gets benefited from it. When there is no interaction, everyone gets, the consequences of it, and the consequences are not positive. And then technological innovation, like telemedicine, robotics, etc. And yeah, and probably, I mean, maybe you don't remember this, but when IT started to be present in our lives, everyone was saying, well, with computers, our life will change completely. And it's true, it has changed completely on the surface. Okay? Now, for instance, people from all over the world can see what I'm saying. This is a change. Now, most of you are with your computers or are tired of and are into your phones, trying to see what you can find there. And that's a change. But at the end, we are all the same person, doing the same things, and trying to find, to reach the same goals, one way or another. But that affects the surface, that doesn't affect the future. So, talking about intergenerational solidarity, what I wanted to say is that we have to acknowledge that there is a new generation that has emerged in societies, is emerging every time more. First, we have the kids, the parents, and the grandparents who were trying their best. You know, they were really old and somehow handicapped for life. Now, grandparents can be very active and they can do a lot of things. If you see, for instance, that picture, you have here one kid with his parents, but grandparents are not all people who need to be in a hospital or in a residence or who need to be taken care of. So if we don't take advantage of these people who are probably the best equipped to help us with the future and even to help younger people, then we are missing a great opportunity. Then why have we worked so much in health improvement, in life expectancy improvement, in preventive health? If we have it, and that's a great conquer of humanity, we need to take advantage of it. So my last part would be now suggesting recommendations. If you're going to contribute to an advocacy plan, you are supposed to include there some recommendations so that they can be incorporated to future documents, the UN and in all countries' legislation. I don't have 9 recommendations. In fact, I have 25. But they can be all structured in these 9 points. I will try to show you what I mean. For instance, making long-term care systems stronger will mean, first, investing more in professional in-home nursing, in rehabilitation services and assistance. Second, in creating developing incentives that offer daycare, social activities, and respite services. Very important, this, because usually, I said, there is a new generation. But then after this new generation, it comes the real old people. These old people need to be cared. And who's going to take care of them? If it's not the family, things get very complicated. And those family members need also to get some respite, to get some time for them so that they don't get burned out. Third, improving the quality standards in care facilities by protocols, inspections, and staff training. Number 2, promoting age-friendly environments. What does that mean? It means that there are public spaces, public transportation, housing that is really accessible, safe, and comfortable for all the people. For instance, if you look at benches in parks, you see 2 types of them. One that are thought for people who really need to rest, so that they can go to a park, go to walk, but from time to time they will need to sit down and rest. And others which are just artistic creations. Very nice, very innovative, but very uncomfortable for people to sit on them. They shouldn't be thought for the 15 years old. I mean, those don't need to sit there. They have to be thought for the 85, 90-year-old. This is just an example. Same with public transportation, for instance. and with the whole of common space in society. 3, enhancing healthcare for older adults. Healthcare models that combine medical, mental health, and social services. We have learned, especially after the pandemic, to care more about mental health. And mental health of older people is also as important as the mental health of younger people. Most of the times, old people who feel isolated, alone, they wouldn't probably have someone to tell it, but they need to have a way to show it and to get help. Ensuring coordinated care plans tailored to the individual, increasing the number of healthcare providers trained in geriatrics, for instance. Then also, as I was saying, supporting caregivers, number 4, first by providing financial assistance, tax breaks, subsidies. I always say, as some of you know, that when someone is helping society to solve a problem, they need economic, professional, and social recognition. These 3 types of it. Then training programs to equip caregivers with the skills needed to effectively care. And then also, as I was saying, prevent burnout and ensure sustained quality care. 5, enhancing social inclusion and participation. Older people need to feel that they can give something to the rest of society. Because if not, they will close to themselves and they will end up doing nothing. Then also promoting digital literacy. I think this is, how can I say this? We have been saying for years, okay, young people are digital natives, they know a lot about technology, and older people, they don't know. That can be radically false. Because, okay, maybe all people don't use the last video games console, or they don't know, I don't know, how to close a window, or how to, but when they are given the chance, they can use very, very well technology. Among other things, because people who have been digital natives are now getting old. And you see, okay, you were 50, and when did you start using a computer? When I was 15. So it's a question of time. And providing access, SDG number 4, providing access to education. I mean, all those programs in universities, for instance, for older people, help a lot of people to catch up with things that they couldn't do in their past. 6, strengthening legal and policy frameworks. All these things about laws against elder abuse, neglect, and discrimination. I know that in my country, many older people are leaving their inheritance to some immigrant that has taken care of them in the last 5 years or 10. What does that mean? That probably before they were neglected or they were abused. So providing also them with access to legal assistance and promoting age-friendly employment policies. Then raising public awareness, organizing public campaigns, challenge stereotypes. meaning this topic and in many others. We like stereotypes a lot. And we need to recognize, and this is, I think, one of the best consequences of globalization, that when we make general affirmations, we're not being really fair. It is true that statistics, as I was saying before, mark a trend. But then, within those statistics, there are very different people with very different things. 8, developing sustainable funding models, public-private partnerships to fund and manage programs for older adults, social impact bonds, private investment for public projects aimed at improving care for older adults. And then, finally, fostering global and national collaboration. It is very good to share good practices. We do this with our cities project all the time. Something that works in one city, for instance, one example I've mentioned several times, having a building in which you have daycare for kids in the basement, then in the first, second, and third floor, houses or apartments for old people, and in the rest of the building, apartments for students who won't have to pay a rent if they take some time to care about the older people living below them. So this is just one example. There are many that can be shared. And then developing and implementing comprehensive strategies that address needs of older adults. So I think with all this, we can conclude that population aging, being a defining demographic trend of the 21st century, has profound implications for economies, healthcare systems, and societies worldwide. And as the proportion of older adults continues to grow, it is imperative that governments, the private sector, social communities adapt to ensure that older individuals can lead a healthy, productive, and fulfilling life. And therefore, preparing for this real demographic shift will require coordinated efforts across multiple sectors with innovative solutions and a commitment to real intergenerational equity. If you have any questions, I'm open to them. Thank you.
Dr. Ignacio. Dr. Ignacio. Just giving you Dr. Ignacio Socias, thank you very much. It was great exemplification, visualization that leads to some very important realization, especially about the distinction between the certain continents. I would like to ask, first of all, before questions from the audience, our panelists, if you have any thoughts on this distinction and how to minimize the disproportions between Africa, United States, and Europe, especially I have in my mind the Africa, because as we've seen, the age estimated for 2050 is around 60, I believe, almost 60. So comparing to Europe, more than 80, it's such a large distinction. What are your thoughts about the proposition of investments rules of law that could be implemented. First, I would like to give the floor to Dr. Jose Alexandro Vasquez.
Well, definitely is a topic that we touched upon with Ignacio, and I would like to hear from the ones that are going to prepare the advocacy plans tomorrow and after tomorrow, especially on the connotations of older persons, but also related to migration and young people. What are all the interlinkages that are going to be changing with all those groups?
My thought is what was also expressed by the European Union to deal with the migration from Africa to Europe. It's so important, you know, to don't forget Africa. Concentrate what still can be done in Africa to support societies locally, to foster their change there, to make that people will want to stay there, to stay, to fruit, and to develop. That issue, and I remember one of the European Union deals with this goal, and I fully agree with that. It helps to form the sustainable social development in that area.
Thank you very much for these crucial comments in relation to Dr. Ignacio Socia's excellent, magnificent lecture. Could we pass on the mic to the audience, because we have some questions. So,
Yes, Ignacio, thought-provoking speech. Thank you for that. I wouldn't agree with the retiring. I would name it, you're retiring. I would name it shifting to other activities. Yeah, so I think that's a very good speech about IFFD, the importance of IFFD, what we do, and what is the important for the world. Appreciation once again to Dr. Socias for this presentation and for all the work done in the international advocacy work at the United Nations, the European Union, and other global institutions for many years. Please, let's give a round of applause for Ignacio. And now we can move to the questions from the audience. So I will pass the microphone to the lady first.
I have a question. How big of a role does immigration play in a society that is aging?
Well, there's a very evident role. If you need young workforce, it has to come from someplace. And if it doesn't come for the same society you're talking about, it will need to come from outside, and that is what we call migration. Now, how you regulate that is the real point of it. As we're going to have, I think, a class about migration this afternoon, maybe we should leave it for there, but I can say for now that we can't say we are totally against migration, because we need it, as well as we can't say we're totally in favor of everyone coming from wherever. So this needs to be very well studied and calculated, and we have already, as Dr. Bishop was saying, from the European Union, a lot of experiences. We can see how many mistakes. I will just talk about my country, not to make any. For instance, I think in Spain, we should have taken advantage. Once we need people, young people, to prioritize the access of South American people to our country. Why? Because they talk our language, they have our culture. So for them, it's much easier to integrate. And that is the key word, integration.
Thank you.
Hello. My question is about the map you're showing, about the net immigration and immigration. There wasn't information for which year it was data. My question is for which year it was, and how do we expect to change the immigration forces in future?
That's a very good question, because you are right. Things in our world, maybe it has happened always, but we can say in our world, things change very quickly. So sometimes you see a picture of the social situation, you think it will stay there, and it doesn't. We can think, for instance, of what has happened in Germany very recently, or in other countries. So yes, I agree that we need to have more research, more accurate information, keeping in mind the goal is the one we were saying, integration, social integration. And if I can say that, because I'm not going to talk about migration later, we have always advocated for the right to family reunification. But not just because we are, so to say, pro-family, but because reality says, evidence says, that when someone who migrates can bring his or her own family to the new country, they will integrate much easier. So that can be maybe.
And the second question, there was one slide with projection population in different countries. And Democratic Republic of Congo, there is a projection that over 100% of population will grow by 2050. So what's the idea behind it? What's the changing that we expect so much growth?
Well, if we talk about Africa, as Franek was mentioning before, the point is Africa has a social situation which is completely different to other countries, in which increasing fertility is a condition for their survival. And that's why, there are small countries, and that's why they are not there, but countries like Nigeria or the Republic of Congo are growing very, very quickly. In fact, Nigeria, it's supposed to overpass the United States in population in some years. So, and it's, how can we help them? I think we can help them through education. So everything, every dollar or every euro or every zloty, if you want, invested in education in Africa, I think it goes in the right direction. Of course, a lot should be made, but I think, but let's start doing something, because we need people who are well educated and therefore can make responsible decisions, etc. It is not true, I think, that people who come to Europe from Africa are the worst ones. No, they're usually the best ones, because they are the ones who think they can thrive, come to Europe. And that is a difference from other historical flows, migration flows, okay? So maybe the question is, how can we help them to get what they really need? This is easier said than done, of course, but I think it shows a possible way.
Thank you. Taking the opportunity that the microphone is nearby, I also would like to ask a question. Marcin Chruściel, I'm from the Ministry of Development Funds and Regional Policy. I'm also very much interested about demography, fertility rate, and my question is connected to this issue. Mr. Socias, what do you think about the right policies to support fertility rate? Do you see that the material benefits and, for example, access to services is more important, or rather we have to think about cultural issues, so promoting families, promoting the culture of being, of living in a family? What of these elements are more important, taking account your experience? Thank you.
The more honest reply I can give, I think, is that it's very difficult to tell, because all the so-called family policies that have been implemented up to now, mostly in European countries, haven't worked in the mid and long term. So some work on the short term. For instance, Sweden, they got this great maternal leave. First it was 18 months, and it helped to increase the fertility, but then it has gone down again. And I think it has to do a lot with, how do I say, something it's very simple, but I say usually, which is that family policies, social policies in general, they are like remedies, like pills. So when you give a pill to someone, it's not easy to evaluate the results, to see what's the right dose, etc. Obviously, the first thing that should be said, in my opinion, is that subsidies don't work, because subsidies help people for today, but not for tomorrow. Cash transfers and so on, they can help for a little bit, but you are totally right. I think that's what you're saying. What can really change the things is not only culture and education, but also the social environment, and that is a difficult point. Because I mean, I don't know, when I was young, a couple could get married with and survive perfectly well with one salary. Now 2 salaries are needed. And houses are not as cheap as they used to be. And so, I mean, all that social, all this perfect storm I was saying before, I think so I think this would really deserve a whole social summit and a real study to see how all this can be changed for better. Because there is one thing that gives hope, and it is that people want to have children. I mean, when you ask yes, people would like to have more children than they do. But the problem is they have to wait a lot, and then when they feel they are prepared, maybe it's too late, or maybe they never feel they are prepared, exactly, etc. I don't know, she has been raising her hand for a while.
Thanks, Mike.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask one question about this active aging. Is there a possibility to actually introduce after retirement age kind of working conditions for older people, and if they are willing to actually work and engage in this kind of new vision of how the retirement age can actually look like, to change the normal and introduce something new, and if there are some programs actually happening now, or what has to be done to actually facilitate this change and make these working conditions as much favorable as they can be. Thank you.
Yes, very good question. It's not only possible, it's real. There are several experiences in different countries now. But as time is over, I will tell you, maybe we can talk about this later, okay? If you want, I will be more than happy to tell you, but this is more than possible. Thank you.
Do we have more questions?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this enriching discussion, for all the questions. Actually, that's the end of this section. We'll continue with more international speakers after the lunch break. So see you back at 2:30 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, participants, to the last section of today's workshop. The next session is on a topic that definitely hits closer to our audience: creating better opportunities for young people. Verle Miranda, a senior economist at the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, will convene virtually. Ms. Miranda, voice is over to you. Actually, we cannot hear you.
You cannot hear me. My microphone is unmuted, so.
Ms. Miranda, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you well.
Oh, now we can hear you, but it's pretty low. Maybe we can increase the volume.
Okay, well, I am not sure I can increase that on my side.
No, I think it's much better now. So voice is over to you.
Okay, good. Good afternoon, everybody. So on my screen here, I shared my PowerPoint. I don't know if the audience can see my PowerPoint as well.
No, we cannot see your PowerPoint. Now we can see it.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
So then I think we're all settled. So it's my pleasure to be here with you this afternoon. Of course, it's a pity I cannot be there physically, but I'm very glad that the virtual connection is working very well. So in the coming half an hour, I will entertain you with some work, the work we're doing here at the OECD on creating to create better opportunities for young people. And so during this presentation, I will show you a range of youth labor market and social policy outcomes, and also discuss the policy options that we can present to you. So let's start with a key indicator on youth labor market outcomes. So that's the youth unemployment rates. On average across the OECD countries, as you can see in this chart by the red bar, across the OECD, the youth unemployment rate stood at 8.7% in 2023. That is nearly double the unemployment rate for the total population, which stood at 4.8% in 2023. Now, it is kind of normal that youth unemployment rates are higher. They're always higher, even in good in times of economic growth, for example, because young people, they often have less work experience. They also have a more limited network to rely on their job search. But then on top, during economic downturns, we see that they tend to have a much stronger impact on young people's ability to both find work, but also to stay in work, because they're the first one to lose their jobs during an economic downturn because of they have temporary contracts or, for example, fewer company specific skills. But also then there's additional individual characteristics. For example, low education or economic hardship. Also, migrant background is often an influence, but also health and social problems. They can pose challenges for young people to stay and remain in employment. Now, another indicator that we frequently use to measure the labor market performance of young people is what we call the need rate, which measures the share of young people who are not in employment, education, or training. And so these needs can either be unemployed, that means that they're without a job, but they're actually actively looking for a job. And then we have the inactive needs, who are young people who are not in employment, they're not in education, and they're not seeking employment. They can be out of the labor market for a variety of reasons. And so across the OECD, as we see here in the red bar, there's about 13% of young people between 15 and 29 years old who are not in employment, education, or training in 2023. And so these need rates, they vary considerably across countries. We have about 5% in the Netherlands, up to almost 30% in Turkey. Now, young people, some needs are voluntary needs. It's not a problem. It can be a moment in life where you take a break. But there's also many needs who are at risk to become socially excluded. And so understanding their profiles of why they are in such a situation can help policymakers to design better policies and programs. And so to improve this transition that young people go through from school to work towards independence. And so on our website, because the OECD does a lot of work on this policy area. So on the website that I've posted here on the slide, we have 12 country reviews, like the one I show here on Slovenia, where we provide a detailed assessment of the country's policies, of a wide range of policies, including skills, employment, but also social policies, and where we give specific recommendations for the country to improve their youth policies and improve the school to work transition. Now, one of the reasons why young people struggle in the labor market is because of low education. And low education at the OECD we define as not having an upper secondary diploma, and that is actually a very strong determinant of weak labor market performance of young people. And so across the OECD, we see that 14% of 15 to 34-year-olds do not have an upper secondary education. Now, looking at EU countries, the share is a bit lower, but still there's 12% of young people who are low educated. Now, this is really a policy area that should be a key focus for governments. It's not only the observation, but also to see why young people are actually leaving education early and how we can support them to obtain their diploma. And it's not only related to the quality of the education system or the teachers, etc., but it's of course also very much related to a young person's own circumstance, family circumstances, household circumstances, etc. And so interventions often require collaboration between different stakeholders in different policy areas. Now, at the OECD, every 2 years, we run a survey that we call Risks That Matter, to look at people's perceptions of the social and economic risk they face. We also look at how well they think that their government should is addressing those risks, and what is their preferences for social protection going forward. And so this is a very interesting survey that we use a lot to build our policy recommendations for government. And so it's a cross-national survey that has been undertaken now. It has been run three times. It's nationally representative samples in over 25 OECD countries, and it's really it offers us very important insight, not only us but also the governments or the countries who participate, very important insight in how we can reform and, if needed, expand social programs. Now, this survey, so we looked at the young people's answers to this survey, and so in this survey, there's 1 in 7 young people aged 18 to 29 who responded to this survey that indicated that they're unable to pay all expenses in the short run as a top concern. So not being able to pay all the expenses is a key concern for young people. And it is also a key concern for others, but it is much more or more important for young people than for older age groups. When we look at the difference between the older group and the younger group, we see that this age gap is most pronounced when it comes to worries about not being able to find or maintain adequate housing. So we see that 64% of young people are worried, are concerned about not being able to find or maintain adequate housing. And that share is considerably higher than for the older age groups. Now, on the other hand, looking at the other policy areas, we see that young people are less concerned than older cohorts about becoming ill or disabled, or not having access to long-term care for family members, or, for example, healthcare. And of course, that it's not surprising. It very much shows that young people are typically they need less healthcare, and also are less worried in that stage of their life about ill health. Now, what we want to focus on, so of course we also showed that there's big differences across countries, right? So young people's concerns about all these various and social and economic risks are highest in countries like Spain, Chile, Finland, Spain, Chile, Mexico, Greece. And on the other hand, they're much lower, these worries, in countries like Finland or Estonia. When we look at different age groups in this survey, we see that women, but also minorities and young people who are not in education, employment, or trading, they tend to be much more concerned than their peers, which actually accentuates that they already have other underlying vulnerabilities that might actually influence their concerns in this respect. So let's now turn to another key measure for young people's social outcomes. And so here in this figure, we're looking at the poverty rate. So across the OECD, about 12.3% of young people live in relative poverty. So that's higher than for the age group of 26 to 65 years old. Where on average across the OECD, about 9.8% are living in relative poverty. And it is indeed that the case that young people, when they are transitioning from education to work, when they're moving into their financial or independence from their parents, young people can indeed face significant income volatility, right? Because of their unstable employment situation, whether or not they have, for example, temporary contracts, but also low-paid jobs. They have a much higher risk of dismissal than older age groups. And in between, they can have periods of unemployment, where, of course, which generates, of course, a significant volatility. Now, it does become problematic. So it's kind of normal, right? And there's little. I mean, we can do something about it, but it's kind of normal that they face this income volatility. Now, it does become problematic when a young person cannot rely on financial support of different kinds, right? Either from their families or for their government. And on top, often young people have accumulated limited savings that they can fall back onto, right? And the problem is that when you have poverty very early in a person's career, that can actually have long-lasting impact on their lifetime earnings prospect, on their employment, because of course it's a vicious circle where it's difficult to leave. That is difficult to leave, right? And so the extent to which social protection supports young people varies a lot across countries. And so in the coming months, the OECD will produce a policy paper on this topic where we compare how countries differ in the way they support young people through this transition period, right? And we see that often, young, or not often, but sometimes young people are not covered by social protection just purely because of their age. In other countries, we see that they are protected, but that typically income replacement benefits are not sufficient to keep them out of poverty. And so other measures like, for example, housing or family benefits, but also health services or education support are actually needed to lift them out of poverty. That combined with employment services to help them find stable employment are often indispensable to promote the self-sufficiency of young people. Now, when we go back to the Risk That Matters survey that I've mentioned earlier already, we see that a lot of young people voice concerns over housing costs. So in this figure, I show you on the vertical axis. So if you look at the vertical axis, we see that 71% of young people are worried about the cost of housing. So it's either rent or mortgage payments. When we compare that with other age groups, it's much higher. So for young people, it's 71%. For the other age groups, it's 65%. And so it's actually the most important issue, policy issue, that young people identify as the most concerning. Again, there are considerable variations across countries. So if you look from the top to down, we see that concerns about housing are highest, again, in countries like Spain, Mexico, Chile, and lowest in countries like, for example, Finland, where only 44% of young people are concerned about housing, compared to, for example, in Chile and Mexico, where it's close to 90%, and Spain even higher. Now, this figure also shows that these housing concerns are actually higher in countries where the share of young people living with their parents is higher. So that is shown by this blue line in the figure. And the figure also shows that this share of young people living with their parents is highest in countries like Korea, where it is lowest in country like Denmark. And so it's really this. The share of young people living with their parents is a sign also about how important these housing costs are, and the inability of young people to actually leave the parents' house to go and live on their own. And so a recent report by the OECD that I've put here a picture. It's called Brick by Brick, shows that the decreasing affordability of housing across OECD countries actually has really very much contributed to this housing concerns, right? And so it's both real house prices and real rent prices have actually risen faster than inflation over the past 2 decades, and that is actually eroding the housing affordability. And so then if we turn to another OECD report, Society at a Glance is actually making the link between these housing costs and fertility. And so this report, Society at a Glance 2024, features a special chapter on fertility trends across OECD countries. And so this report discusses the effect of labor market outcomes, housing costs, and other aspects of family policies on fertility trends. And so it also discusses some of the key policy challenges arising from this in this policy area. And so the report actually found a very clear negative association between fertility rates and the housing cost. And also, not only that, but it's actually concerns about the cost of housing have become a barrier to either having children or having more children. And so this report shows in a very nice chart on fertility that OECD countries have been experiencing a long-term decline in total fertility rates since the 1960s. So that is shown by the diamonds and the triangles in these figures. And so the decline temporarily stopped during the 2000s, but then after the financial crisis of 2008, actually the decline continued. And so by 2022, which is shown in the blue bars in this figure, the total fertility rate across OECD countries has reached just 1.5 children per woman. And so that fertility rate is well below what we call the replacement rate of 2.1 children per woman, which is indicated by the black line, the black horizontal line in the middle of the figure. And so looking at differences across OECD countries, we see that the total fertility rate was highest in the OECD country, member country Israel, with 2.9 children per woman, followed by Mexico and France, where they have about 1.8 children per woman. Now, on the other hand, the total fertility rate was lowest in Italy and Spain, with 1.2 children per woman, and then especially low in Korea, with only 0.7 children per woman in 2022. We also notice, or the report noticed, that births are increasingly occurring at later ages. So while the average was still 28.5 age in 2000, by 2022, the average age at which women are giving birth increased to 30.9. And so, I mean, there's different reasons for this delay in having children. On the one hand, there's a growing autonomy, agency in family planning, etc., that influences this age. But it also related to major social and economic developments that have changed the conditions for family formation and parenthood. And indeed, issues like, or factors like the household income, how it is split between the parents, what is the cost of childcare and housing, they can all affect whether people decide to have children, whether they decide to have children, when to have them, and how many to have them. And so now in the next, or in the last couple of slides of my presentation, I want to talk a little bit about the OECD recommendation on creating better opportunities for young people that we have published in 2022. So this is this OECD recommendation is a legal instrument that all countries, all OECD countries, member countries, have adhered to in 2022. And so that document, the instrument, it contains a series, a long list of detailed policy recommendations in each of these 5 policy areas. So we have recommendations on skills and competences, labor market policies, social outcomes, but also young people's trust in government, and the administrative and technical capacities of government to address age-based inequalities. And so this recommendation, again, I've put the link on the slides. so that you can take a look. This recommendation is actually a collaborative effort across different OECD departments where we have we set together and elaborated the different policy recommendations. It's not only an effort from the OECD itself, but it has been elaborated in very close collaboration with all country governments across the different policy areas, different ministries, and also through extensive consultations with young people who have given their voice to or their opinions and input for this OECD recommendation. Now, when we look, I mean, here I list some of the examples just to give you an idea of how the recommendation looked like. Of course, those who are interested to really take a close look at the recommendations, I invite you to take a look at the website. But so, for example, for the recommendations on the transition into and within the labor market, we look at the different elements like job creation, but also employment services and entrepreneurship. And each of these 4 points are then further detailed in the recommendation. The same holds for our recommendations on social inclusion and youth well-being. So we look at income support, how income support can be improved, how tax systems and benefit policies can be better aligned. We also pay a lot of attention to housing, as this is one of the key concerns. And of course, I've not yet mentioned it so far in my presentation, but health issues, mental health issues, and the well-being more generally, how can that be improved, is also further developed in our youth recommendation. Now, this document is very much a legal document with, a legal document with policy recommendations on what countries can do. But then in the past year, we have been working on the OECD Youth Policy Toolkit, which is actually a collection of good practice examples from across our member countries. And so this OECD Policy Toolkit will be launched in November this year. It is a guide for policymakers, but also other youth stakeholders with a long list of good practice examples. And again, this has been elaborated with input from our member countries and through consultations with young people. And so this toolkit will become available online towards the end of the year, and it will be freely available for everybody who's interested to learn more about these policy examples. So, and with that, I have reached the end of my presentation. And of course, I share on this slide our website and my email address, just in case you would like to get in touch with me. Of course, I'm still here online. If in case there's questions from the room, I would be happy to answer those.
Thank you very much, Ms. Miranda. That's a bunch of very interesting slides and very inspiring things you talked about. Now we have some time for questions. So if our audience here in person or online would like to ask a question, you're more than welcome.
I would like to break the ice if nobody has.
Alex.
Hi, Berle. How you doing? I'm Alex Vasquez. We've been in contact lately. Thank you for accepting our invitation again. And I had some questions, especially to relate the topics that we're going to speak today and the following days. So the first one would be that if the OECD has some studies relating the migrant youth, either disaggregated data, access to housing, integration, employment, etc. And since the other topic that we're going to touch upon is going to be aging or older persons, that group, if there's some studies, especially on this toolkit that I really like. I know that UN Women elaborated one for gender policies. I would love to have something for family policies as well. And in this regard, there's this growing consensus on care. And all these, I mean, I saw the data that you showed us on people or young people staying at home with their parents, if they are taking on any care responsibilities, either to their parents, to the vulnerable in their homes, or even the older persons in this case. Thank you.
Yes, a very, very interesting question indeed. So, well, I do not have the exact numbers in my head, but we have been trying to look into why these young people stay at home. Of course, it very much differs across countries, right? When we see, for example, the NEET rate in Turkey, where you have about 30% of young people, if you then look at it, it's mostly women who are taking care of their children, their parents, their house. So there, of course, it's the largest group is actually young people who are caring for their family members. If you then look at countries where the NEET rate is much lower, like, for example, the Netherlands, but also Denmark, the Nordics, the remaining group is often young people with health issues, disability issues, who are unable to work. It is also, of course, very much related to the issue you just mentioned, right? About an aging population where we need all our active members of society to contribute to society, right? So these countries have been investing a lot in trying to activate, bring people, everybody who can work should be able to contribute, right? So these countries have been investing a lot into bringing down youth unemployment, bringing down youth inactivity rates, and bringing them into the labor market. And of course, then it depends on the country. And so here I'm entering in a policy topic that I know much less about care, providing care, right? So I have other colleagues who are much more knowledgeable about that and can provide you all the data. But yes, so the whole care issue of caring for the older members of society does require much more labor or workforce and to be able to provide those services. And whether it is through young people entering the labor market or through migrant workers who are entering the labor market, and also those, again, like activating those who entered the labor market so that they can all contribute to our aging societies.
Thank you. Any more questions?
So,
I may have the last one, just to get on this review. Besides the good practices of this toolkit, do you have any, I mean, the toolkit will provide also a kind of test of any policy implemented, how cost-effective would be, what groups, social groups are targeting, etc. I know because our usual aim on advocacy claim is addressing the family and all its members is going to be much more cost-effective than just one singular group.
Yes, so we, I mean, I'm not able yet to share any of these good practices, so you'll have to wait a few more months. But basically, what I can tell you is that the good practices have been selected based on evaluation. So all good practices that we include have been evaluated, have shown that they are leading to positive effects. For those where we have information on their cost-benefit impact or their cost-benefit measures, we have included. we also very much focus on diversity among young people, right? Because of course, when we think about young people, it's not a homogeneous group. There's a lot of variety, heterogeneity, differences across young people. And so each of these policy examples focus on different groups, and especially on the more vulnerable groups, on how we can really help them. And so also there, each policy practice we've highlighted for which groups they could be particularly interested, etc. Now, I also want to stress the fact, because it's in the big title of my presentation, we focus very much on how we can create better opportunities for young people. We try to avoid the word support, because that was very much a message from young people themselves. Like, they don't want support. They want to be able to take the opportunities themselves. They want to create their opportunity. They want to play an active role and not just passively receiving support. So also that has been a bit of a red line through the toolkit. How can we give young people the right opportunities? How can we help them to create the right opportunities? That kind of the focus of this toolkit.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Miranda, for sharing with us all the data, and we are looking forward to the toolkit. For sure, we'll have a look on that.
Thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you. We now turn to Agnieszka Matejczuk, the chief expert on the Ombudsman for Children Office. Ms. Matejczuk will cover another global pressing concern: children's rights in vulnerable situations, refugees. Ms. Matejczuk, you can proceed and join me here and to
if I can stay
your
here, that
speech.
would be, yeah.
As you wish.
Okay, thank you. Hello, hi. So yes, my name is Agnieszka Matejczuk. I'm from the Ombudsman for Children's Rights Office in Poland. And first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. On the behalf of the Ombudsman and for organizing this event, we were very happy to hear that you consider this topic, the topic of children in vulnerable situation, refugees, an important one and one worth discussing in event focusing on advocacy. Because I imagine, as I understand this event, is directed to young people, young professionals who are still thinking about which issue, which subject to get involved with in the dedicated field. So I understand my role here as advocating for rights of migrant children as a work subject. To advocate for, to investigate, to research, and to build the system, because I know you are from the different countries, but my experience in the subject is that what made me most interested in it was that I see that in Poland we are at the start of at the beginning of the migrant children being not a problem, I don't want to use that word, but being in need of comprehensive care, and that we just started to notice this problem in Poland because for many years it was invisible. The numbers were so small that we didn't need to worry. We could solve every individual issue, basically, you know, with a little bit of creativity of workers from NGOs and people from administration. But now when the numbers grow, we see the need for systematic solutions. And so that's why I'm really, really happy that these problems that I can discuss with you here. I think it's, with no doubt, the numbers will grow, to put it simply. And in Poland, the last 3 years, since August 2021, when the crisis at the Belarusian border started, and then since February 2022, when since Russian invasion on Ukraine, it became clear that this phenomena of migration is not something that we can watch from distance in countries like Greece or Italy, but something that we really need to accommodate in Poland. And again, I use the word phenomena because talking about migration as a problem suggests that it can be solved in a sense of getting rid of it. And I don't believe that it's true. I believe that it is a phenomena that was always with us and will be with us. And it brings a lot of problems with it, as well as it brings a lot of positive factors on the society. So the question is, how will we accommodate this phenomena so we can take the good factors out of it and as much as we can avoid the negative ones. So therefore I think it's not really a question of solving the problem. It is a question of building a system that can appropriately answer this problem. And we, in the Ombudsman Office, I have to admit I'm there since actually a few months. Most of my professional experience was in non-governmental organizations on the ground with migrants, with children. I work as a lawyer. Therefore, I will try to walk with you through the challenges of migrant children via the lens of the rights. So from the start, from the beginning when they come to Poland, when they come to a country of the refuge, to the end, what challenges they might encounter and how these challenges put in risk their rights. And I think it's really interesting to see how the rights create some sort of protective nests, so that if we really take care of preserving them, we can shield the children. I mean, it's kind of obvious, but it's really interesting for me that there can be really successful tool, the rights to name the specific challenges, to address the specific challenges. And I was happy to see when I started the work at Ombudsman Office for Children's Rights that our current ombudsman paired with UNICEF, that they signed an agreement in April this year to strengthen the policies to protect migrant children and also to jointly monitor the implementation of the Children's Rights Convention. So yes, I will proceed. I would like to clarify a little bit on terminology, because we say refugee and commonly we use it as a term for all the migrants that are subject to forced migration. So all the migrants or the people that run away from the country because of circumstances that they cannot influence, independent from them. But legally, we use refugee in a sense of definition provided in Geneva Convention on the refugee status, which is very narrow. So legally, a refugee is a person who ran away from the country because of the risk of prosecution for very specific reasons. So prosecution because of the religion, political views, nationality, or a membership in a particular social group. And this is a closed catalog, okay? So I will use the refugee in a term that is commonly used because I think it will be more understandable for all of us today. But maybe it's important to keep in mind that legally this term is much more narrow. One more clarification. I feel like I have to do it to be correct and precise in my speech today. That I will talk about international protection procedure, which is something that we commonly name as asylum procedure, which legally is not the same, but is a procedure created for those who run away from both for refugees and more broadly for forced migrants. So also for those who run away from war, not only prosecution, but war or infringement of very serious infringement of human rights for different reasons, okay? So not specified reasons like religion or political views, but different regions. And I think to understand fully, to comprehend the situation of migrant children, we have to understand where they are coming from and what they are coming to, okay? And also before that, when I saw the subject that I'm supposed to talk about, I thought there is two vulnerabilities here, right? So first of all, children in general are the vulnerable ones, and it's worth thinking about why. So they are dependent on their caretakers. They have still limited access, limited capacity to comprehend the world around them. They need support to really understand what's going on, to really make decisions, appropriate decisions, and also very importantly for our subject today, they are easy to influence. So, and the influence that they experience at this stage of their life and what they go through will have effects on their whole future. So these are the reasons why children in general are vulnerable, okay? And then the refugees as a separate group are vulnerable. Why? So the vulnerability starts in the country, if we talk about refugees, so forced migrants, because they usually run away from danger, all kinds of danger. It can be war, it can be political persecution, more broadly, it can be famine and other social crises. Then they are vulnerable on the road. Often they are desperate to get into the destination, so they are ready to get themselves in a very dangerous situation to do that. And this situation may include natural danger, so like in forest in Poland when it's winter, or at the sea next to Greece or Italy, but also they are much more prone to be victims of abuse and violence from other actors. So this is basically the context of where these children are coming from, okay? So they're coming from, I would say, double vulnerability, okay? And where they're coming to, and this is, I have to specify that it's impossible in Polish context to talk about it distinguishing between two groups, without distinguishing between two groups. And one group is refugees from Ukraine. Their situation is completely different and unprecedented, and other refugees, specifically refugees that are coming to Poland via Belarusian border. I don't know how much you know about the subject. I will be happy to answer the questions after all. So Ukrainian children that coming from Ukraine since 2022, they come to Poland and immediately they stay in Poland is legal. They do not even have to go through any specific administration procedure because the temporary protection embraces them automatically. If they come after 24 February 2022, they come due to war, they are already embraced. So they stay here is legal. So this first challenge that other migrant children may encounter is already avoided, okay, which is great. It's amazing that we're able to do it in the whole European Union, and unprecedented, as I said. It looks differently for children that are coming through Belarusian border. I would say it looks completely opposite. So when they arrive to Poland, they are considered from the start to be irregular, to be illegal. I hate that word, but this is the truth. And they stay is unregulated. So the first right that is at risk for those children is the right to asylum and is the right to protection against all forms of violence. Those are two rights that are included in the convention that, in my opinion, are the first ones that are in danger for those children. Why protection against violence? And I have to say, when I was preparing to talk to you today, I thought this protection against violence is something that is moving along throughout the whole process. First of all, violence in their own country, but also violence in Belarus from the side of Belarusian border guards. So if they are commonly said pushed back to Belarus, they can face, first of all, violence from the Belarusian soldiers, but then they can face deportation to their country without an investigation of their individual situation. So without investigation, if there is a danger in their country. So that's the first challenge. And if we have time, I would like to, because this is a more complicated issue, but if we have time, I can talk about how the right to asylum can be also a challenge for Ukrainian children. But I'm saying it out loud to remember. So this is the first one. And then what happens if the child is successful when they encounter a border guard in the forest and they are successful in declaring that they wish to stay in Poland. They are successful in declaring that they wish to apply for international protection. So then we have another issue of age assessment. And this is a huge issue because if age assessment is not done properly, then the child doesn't have obviously access to all the rest of its rights, so to proper care, to a representation. It can be put in centers together with adults, which again is the risk of abuse. And the age assessment is extremely problematic issue, especially in Poland. So European legal framework tells us that three things, basically. First of all, that the margin of error always have to be interpreted for the favor of the child. So if we conduct the evaluation and then we still have some doubts about the age of the child, we should consider the person minor. Secondly, that the process has to be conducted with the respect for dignity of the child, and that the child should be informed properly, so informed in the way that it can understand, about all the consequences of the age assessment, okay? And here the law stops. And how it looks in Poland. In Poland, basically, the border guards are doing x-rays of the wrist, of the ribs, sometimes teeth, which we have very rich literature on, and also guidelines from European Asylum Agency, from UNHCR, that this is not sufficient in any way. This way of age assessment does not consider our ethnic differences, sort of say. So basically, my ribs and ribs of children from children from Eastern European Union in age of 15 can look completely different from children coming from Asia, children coming from Africa, and this is not considered in that assessment. And secondly, so this is basically not enough, okay? And there is a methodology built that includes psychological assessment, but also simply interviews with the child when we ask about the chronology of their life, and we can see if this is credible, if they are able to provide credible information about the life so far, obviously with the assistance of a psychologist. And this is used in several countries. For example, Italy is a good example, in my opinion, with the age assessment. It doesn't mean that there are no problems there, but they have this methodology put in place. In Poland, we don't have it. Sometimes we do not even have in the medical reports, there is no margin of error, which is impossible because the margin is at least 2 years medically, okay? And then if we have a 16-year-old boy and the margin is 2 years, I don't have to explain it, okay? So, and then the medical reports very often say not the age between 16 and 18, but this person is at least 18. That's it, okay? And the important thing to keep in mind is also that we have no legal way to undermine the outcome of the assessment. There is no possible way to appeal for the second assessment, for some additional evaluation. We just have to accept that. We had once in one situation when we were able to undermine the age assessment in the later process in the court, when we received the copies of the child birth certificate from her home country, and miraculously court took into account her testimony and the copy, not the original, but the copy of the document, and decided that this girl was in fact a minor. So this is a second challenge, okay, that can be a barrier for all the rest of the rights. But let's say we were successful in both of those stages, okay? So we were able to access the territory, we were able to be considered as a child. What happens to us afterwards? And this can vary, but I think the biggest challenge at the next stage is the proper representation, okay? So in my opinion, and in general, in opinion of professionals, it's well said, and I will also like to explain you later on effects of that on the next stage, the most important thing is proper representation. So what I mean by that is a person who, at the beginning of the child's road, will sit down with a child and talk through all the stages. What's going to happen to you now? What are your options? How the procedure looks? And starts to build trust with the child. In that way, first of all, we are trying to build towards trust, which will allow us to get to know the child, which will allow us to recognize the situation of the child and make a proper decision if the child is in need of protection, if we should search for parents and maybe return the child to the country. Without the trust of the child, we are not really able to find out and to properly assess the situation. Secondly, Poland is called transitioning country for most of the refugees, okay? But this is especially true for children. They usually, yes, I have some statistics, but the problem is that we are not able to have very specific statistics on that. From the Office for Foreigners that is conducting the application process for international protection in Poland, we know that there were 292 applications made by unaccompanied minors, okay, in 2023 in Poland. Probably this number is a bit too high because they are not the best in collecting the data. And I think we talked with the workers there that probably this data includes also children from the families who for various reasons had to make a separate application, okay, for international protection. So we don't know exactly how many children are in this situation, but from my experience, most of them don't wait until the end of the procedures, okay? And why is that? I think the big factor is the lack of proper representation. So there is no one who will sit down with them and say, this is what can happen for you here in Poland if you stay. And this is what are these are the consequences if you go along, if you go illegally to other European countries. There is no situation like this. In other countries, the unaccompanied children, migrant children, they have someone called guardian, okay? It's organized differently. Sometimes it's a lawyer, sometimes it's a social worker. In Poland, we have this strange situation, and this is not true for Ukrainian children, where we split the factual care and the legal care for migrant unaccompanied children. And the factual care comes to the person who will take care of the child in the foster facility, in the institution, and they have as much of the legal representation as possible for the daily life of the child. So they have a right to sign up the child for school, to go to the doctor, etc. But when it comes to the procedures, like protection procedure, legalization of stay, deportation procedure, for each procedure, there is a different representative appointed. And there is no base of professional procedures that have both soft and hard skills to do it, so both knowledge of the procedures, but also soft skills to work with the child. Usually what happens is that the representative guardian is appointed from attorneys in Poland. The bar associations are requested by court to appoint someone, and they are completely not prepared to do it. Because first of all, most of law, I mean, this is a very specific branch of law, that's what I wanted to say, and if you don't practice it, I mean, it's not hard, but you just don't know how the procedures looks and what is the most important in them. But second of all, and maybe more importantly, you don't have the soft skills to work with the child. And then in practice, the institution is limited to being there at the application moment and signing the documents, then being there at the interview moment, signing the documents, and that's it. And the child is left to itself with no knowledge what's going on and what will happen. And I think, and I know from my experience that this can influence the outcome of the procedure. I myself was a guardian once, not once, but in this particular situation where we worked with a translator, a volunteer translator who was in contact with the child all the time. And we could see where were the moments when child started to call someone more often, when they get stressed, when you could see that they are preparing to leave, okay? And we were able to organize systematic conversations, just regular conversations with the child to remind them what they are waiting for, to remind them that they have big chances for asylum, that if they receive asylum in 8 years, they can be a citizen of European Union, and they will be able to go wherever they want. They will have their citizenship here, passport. And finally, we were able to, after a year and a half, to receive a positive decision, and this boy now plays football in a very good team. So I think, but I also saw the opposite examples. Okay, so I really believe that securing the child right to proper representation is significant factor in basically stopping them from moving forward with their illegal migration. Secondly, the right that is also connected to it is the right of the child to be heard. Because if I don't have a proper representative, obviously I cannot be heard properly in the procedures that regards my well-being, okay? Just one thing, because you have a phone, could you remind me when it's a few minutes to finish, because I do not have the... Okay, thank you. And then the next right that I would like to talk about is probably not an issue in every European country, but it's certainly an issue in Poland. So deprivation of liberty, unlawful deprivation of liberty. So unfortunately in Poland there are still children in detention, and in 2023, according to Border Guard statistics, there were 161 children in detention, from which 37 were unaccompanied ones, okay? So taking a look at European Court of Human Rights judgments against Poland, a few of them that said specifically that children shouldn't be put in a detention. I mean, they can be put in detention as a last resort, but every time there has to be a proper investigation in their best interest. And we can imagine that detention place is not detention center is not a place which is basically a little bit better prison, prison with better conditions. You cannot properly heal from the trauma of a journey. That's the first one, and a big one, I would say. Access to education is very limited. Access to healthcare is very limited in detention centers. Access to psychological support. So we know that detention has a determining factor, determining factor for psychological well-being of the child. Oh, okay. Moving very fast forward. So I said about the prevention, yes, and the last thing, the last right, I will say, obviously you can talk a lot about education and integration, but I think these are the basis, because we cannot talk about integration and education if we don't talk about these basic rights that count when the child enter Poland. The last one is right to private life and to identity, which is very true in Poland in regards to huge group of children who are in Poland in undocumented families. So those are, most of the people come from Russia, from Chechnya, who are here in very long-lasting procedures. For many, many years, they try to acquire legal status and they unsucceed. They are here, they stay here is undocumented. And so children come here when they are 6, and when they are 14 and went through all the education in Poland, the deportation decision comes, okay? And here is the procedure that we are most often get involved in as ombudsman, because we can argue, we can support the claim that the children should receive humanitarian stay on the basis of their integration, on the basis that their deportation should be will influence their psychological development in a very significant way. And what do we do with it? What is our advocacy focusing on? So that was actually one of the arguments that convinced me to come to work for the Ombudsman office, because we are preparing, and I mean, it's mostly ready, the project of the law that would allow for proper representation of children. And it's very simple. Actually, my boss wrote it perfectly. I'm very impressed with it, because it's a very simple way to connect the migrant child to the representation representation that we already have in family code. There is just some obstacles on the way, some requirements that we have to exclude migrant children from in order to be able to set the proper representation for them. We are already prepared to educate candidates for the representatives established in that way, to acquire them with knowledge and both hard skills and soft skills to be able to do it. We also do a lot of interventions on the border. Basically, we received a lot of information on the ground, information from humanitarian workers when there is need to intervene. We are in contact with border guards to try to ensure that children have access to the Polish territory, that they can execute their right to asylum. I had a lot more prepared, but I usually talk a lot, so I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thank you very much for this nice talk and speech. Actually, I have a lot of questions when you talk, because there are a lot of problems, actually,
Yes.
especially regard to children. One of the biggest problem I have noticed recently, actually for the recent few years, is the human trafficking and children trafficking. Especially the rise of 41% in the last 2022 to 2021. That's a huge jump. And do you recognize in the ombudsman this problem and to address it somehow? Because as I see it in my work, we are really prepared. And you haven't been at the beginning. I'm an airline pilot, so I see it happens that even the case of couriering children, small children from Europe to distant countries. Do you have any procedures? Do you recognize the problem?
Yes, we certainly do recognize the problem. Actually, I think last week we were giving our opinion regarding the national plan on human trafficking in Poland. So there is a plan put in place it involves obviously more education for border guards, for all the institutions that might encounter the child that has been subject to trafficking. I have to be honest, from my point of view, maybe I'm fixating on that, but the issues that I talked about, they are really connected to human trafficking and to child trafficking. Why? Because if we allow the child to run away from Poland, basically, very fast. So I know about the situations when the facilities, the foster facilities, they say straightforward that we know that sometimes someone came and picked up the child. And we don't know who was it. Was it a family? Was it a trafficker? Probably very often it was a trafficker. And if there would be a person from the day one to whom the child would have a trust and be able to describe their story, and who will listen to the child and be able to investigate, because at the beginning they are very closed off and they have their story prepared in mind. Someone told them what to say exactly when they encounter border guards. So if we will be able to, at the beginning, ensure that we really listen and really look, then maybe we'll be able to pick up the clues faster, basically. So that's, That's maybe my answer. We are certainly aware of that, and I have to also say that on this national plan, there was more work done in the criminal department, the department dealing with criminal law in the Ombudsman office. So they might be better equipped to answer. But we are certainly aware of that, and we are cooperating with authorities who prepared that plan.
That's right. So, okay, it doesn't work now. I would like to ask one more question. We got it's a really important thing you said. It doesn't work.
No, it's okay. That's
okay. Yeah. So because I had a situation that I had supposed human trafficking on board. And actually, what I noticed was lack of procedures. Actually, we have, but the special forces and people who should verify these cases didn't have. That was my opinion as a captain of the plane. But what is coming to my mind also, as you say about the refugees, the Ukrainian children, they come to across the border, and do you have any statistics? What is the rate of children trafficking?
No, I'm sorry.
You don't follow this.
No, I'm sorry. Me personally, no. I would be able. I can come back to you with that if you want to personally. But
I'm pretty interested.
yeah, I would have one thing more to say, because you said that the increase was on 21, 22, and I think Ukrainian situation has to have something to do with that, because at the border there was a huge chaos. Okay, so. Our response was very much from the bottom up. So a lot of people, not organizations, but just people by themselves, came to the border with hot tea, with coffee. People who have no connection to any organization then just came with the cars and suggest to people, hey, we can drive you to the nearest city, we can drive you to the refugee center. And obviously it's very nice, but we know that amongst those people were traffickers, and the situation like that, without no control in the border area, and where hundreds of people daily came through border, were after border left by themselves, and encounter a lot of people declaring that they are willing to help them. Yeah.
I'm happy that you see the problem, you target the problem. I hope the procedures will come up. Okay, I see Franciszek, you would like to ask a question.
So, distinguished speaker and my colleague from Warsaw Bar Association, thank you very much, because it was excellent speech, and we mentioned the element that the level of the United Nations and its rules of law are at very abstractive and general,
yeah.
And after that, the effect is that we need to implement law in our countries. And I'm very happy that you just presented the legal situation from the CEE perspective, not only Poland but Ukraine and Belarus as well. And what I mean by that. This is really our role, to implement the law, to implement specific procedures, and on this occasion I must say that I'm very happy about children's rights ombudsman, Mrs. Horna-Cieślak,
yes.
And UNICEF signed an agreement to strengthen child protection in Poland. It was strengthening the national system for child protection in Poland, especially in the context of unprecedented numbers of refugee children, and jointly monitoring the implementation of the Convention on the Rights of the Child in Poland. It was on April 23rd, and it was signed by, as I said, Ombudsman for Children of the Republic of Poland, Mrs. Monika Horna-Cieślak, and country coordinator of the UNICEF Refugee Response Office in Poland, Nona Zickerman. We're very happy about that. Once again, I want to thank the Ombudsman for Children, Ms. Horna-Cieślak, for having you as her official representative. We're very happy, and we once again want to thank Commissioner for Human Rights, Professor Marcin Piątek, as well as we have such prominent institutions involved in our conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much for this wonderful speech. Actually, we all know about the problem. That's a huge problem, and me as a father and representative of the families, It is a definitely complicated and pressing issue for our families. Thank you once again for your speech. Let us now turn to the last session on data for advocacy, the situation of children in Europe, by Daniel Moliuevo, who is the research manager of the Social Policies Research Unit in Eurofound.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Daniel Molinuevo. I'm research manager at the EU agency Eurofound, and I'm delighted to be able to participate at this event today. Now, I'm not able to be with you neither in person nor online because I'm actually on parental leave at the moment. So there's some other types of, let's say, family development activities that are taking up most of my time. But it's nevertheless great to be able to discuss with you opportunities for advocacy at the EU level. And I believe this is a very timely event to do so because we're at the beginning of a new policy cycle. So we had elections in June, and now, as we're speaking, decisions are being made as to who will be the different commissioners for the different portfolios. So it's important to get a sense of what the new policy cycle could look like and how it will affect children and families. So in the first part of my presentation, I will be focusing on the information that we have so far about policies for children and families in the new policy cycle. Because child poverty has been featuring in the last few years very strongly in the EU policy agenda, and it is very likely that it will be the case as well in the next few years, I'm going to focus the second part of my presentation on how we measure child poverty. And I believe that's very important to get an understanding of how we define and how we measure child poverty when we do advocacy activities, and also to get a sense of what is the current situation when we talk about child poverty and what are the trends, what have been the developments over the last few years. Now, whenever we talk about social policies at the EU level, including those that are more relevant for children and families, I believe that it's important to start by talking about the European Pillar of Social Rights. Because since 2017, this pillar has been the cornerstone providing guidance when it comes to deal with socioeconomic challenges. It is a pillar that is composed by 20 statements dealing with different areas of labor and social policy, and I will not be going in detail into all 20 statements. You can find more information about these statements and also some background information on the pillar in this link. But I just want to say that these are statements that are linked to specific targets to be achieved by 2030, and progress towards achieving these targets is measured in what is called the social scoreboard, which is basically a set of indicators that measures whether we're making progress towards achieving these goals. And you can find this set of indicators that describes the progress made so far in the link below. Now, what does the European Pillar say about support for children? So we have a section called Childcare and Support to Children, where emphasis is put on two areas. The first one being early childhood education and care, also called childcare. And this is an area where there's been a long-standing interest of the EU institutions in ensuring that there's affordable early childhood education and care for all children, childcare of good quality. And there's been a number of policy initiatives at the EU level in order to ensure this. First of all, the Barcelona targets, which are participation rate objectives that have been set in 2002. They were revised in 2022. There's also targets and activities in the so-called European education area. And so that's an aspect where there's been a lot of emphasis at the EU level because of it's important for work-life balance and in order to increase employment and activity rates so that parents can actually participate in the labor market. That's one aspect. And then the other one is protection from poverty and ensuring that children from disadvantaged backgrounds have the right to specific measures to enhance equal opportunities. So there's as part of the objectives that are including the social scoreboard and targets to be achieved by 2030, we have that the EU has committed to reduce the number of children at risk of poverty and social exclusion by at least 5 million by the end of the decade. How are these objectives going to be achieved at the EU level in the current landscape? How are these targets and principles that were set in 2017 materialized in 2024? So we have a good sense of how this is going to happen in the so-called La Hulp Declaration on the Future of the European Pillar of Social Rights. This is a declaration that was signed at a high-level conference in April of this year, and the declaration basically shows how the EU social agenda will pan out in the next few years, and obviously it's up to the new Commission to decide the specific work program to achieve the European Pillar of Social Rights. But what's important about this declaration is its widespread consensus. So it was signed not only by all the EU institutions, but by 25 out of 27 member states, and also by civil society and social partners. So it's a declaration that really sets out what are the agreements and the latest thinking when it comes to social policy at the EU level. What do we have in terms of achieving the Pillar of Social Rights in the area of children and families in this declaration? Well, first, we have a commitment to reach the new Barcelona targets on participation rates in early childhood education and care. And this shows that really early childhood education and care is one of the key areas when it comes to policies for children and families at the EU level. So you'll see it coming up over and over in different EU policies. And what's important here is that there's a commitment not only to increase the quantity of childcare, to increase participation rates, but also the quality. And more importantly, that there's an acknowledgement that those providing services for children in childcare are key when it comes to guarantee the accessibility and the quality of services. So there's specific mention there of workforce professionalization and fair working conditions, because this is a sector where there's a higher turnover. People move from childcare to working in primary education whenever they have the opportunity, because working conditions are better. And so this is an area where now there's a higher emphasis at the EU level to ensure that there's no trade-offs between higher quantity of places in detriment of the quality of those services. And then there's a commitment to strengthen and ensure the implementation of the European Child Guarantee. The European Child Guarantee is the key policy at the EU level when it comes to tackling child poverty. It has been set out in 2021, and I'll talk a little bit more about it later on in the presentation. But suffice to say that the implementation has been delayed. Some countries have only put national action plans to implement the child guarantee in their own country much later than what was scheduled. And so there's a commitment here to ensure that this policy works at the EU level and at the national level, and putting a lot of emphasis on making sure that the monitoring of the guarantee is as holistic as possible. So this is where the most widespread consensus is. And then after the elections, we had that Commissioner von der Leyen put together a set of political guidelines for the new European Commission. And this is a very valuable document to have a look at, because it really shows how these general principles in the European Pillar of Social Rights, and then how the consensus on how to implement and strengthen the European Pillar of Social Rights is going to be implemented in practice in the next few years. So you can see here that there would be a new action plan with specific measures year by year as to how to implement the European Pillar of Social Rights and to achieve those goals stated in the pillar by 2030. And very importantly, this will include having, for the very first time, an EU anti-poverty strategy. Hence the need of having a good understanding of how we measure poverty, or in particular child poverty, which is what I will discuss in the second part of my presentation. You see here as well that there's once again an emphasis on ensuring that the child guarantee is strengthened, and so that this key policy to tackle child poverty is actually delivered successfully. And then lastly, there's several measures in the area of housing, including having a new commissioner specifically on housing, which is a first when it comes to the European Commission. You will have seen that a lot of these documents there's mention to the European Child Guarantee and the importance to ensure that it's implemented successfully. What is the Child Guarantee? So it's a recommendation that was established in June 2021, and its role is to tackle child poverty by ensuring access to specific services, namely healthcare, childcare, and primary and secondary education, and then ensuring that there's access to what we could call resources, being having nutrition and decent housing. So as part of the implementation of the Child Guarantee, member states were supposed to appoint Child Guarantee national coordinators that oversees the measures put in place in its country, and these measures are brought together in a national action plan. And then every 2 years there is a report on progress in the so-called implementation plans. So the first batch of reporting took place in March this year, and you can find in the European Child Guarantee Commission website the implementation reports that are available. The next batch of implementation plans is foreseen to be submitted in 2026, and also in 2026 there will be a midterm review of the Child Guarantee. So 5 years after the approval of the recommendation, it was stated that there will be a review to see whether the objectives are being achieved. And so hence the emphasis in a lot of the documents on making sure that the monitoring of the guarantee is in place and that is robust and complete enough. And you can see in the previous documents that there's a lot of interest in ensuring that we arrive to this midterm review with a full-fledged guarantee. Lastly, when it comes to EU policies, you will have seen that a lot of them, not only the Child Guarantee, deal with a target group which is children at risk of poverty and social exclusion, the acronym being AROPI, and that is the measurement of child poverty or poverty in general when we talk about AROPI, but also child poverty. And I will be talking more in detail of how we measure this in practice, because I think that's key when it comes to advocacy activities. It's important to have a grasp of how we measure poverty and child poverty, because what I found in many different policy statements at the EU level is that sometimes it is stated that rather than child poverty, we should be looking at the poverty or the welfare situation of the household in general, or of families as a whole, or of parents. Now, the problem with that is that does not take into account that actually the measurement of child poverty includes items that are related to the individual, so the children, but also the situation of the parents and the situation of the household in general. So of course, one can have an opinion of whether more emphasis should be put on one aspect over the other, but to say that there's a trade-off between looking at child poverty and the poverty of the household as a whole, that is a false dichotomy. The child poverty measurement include different items pertaining to different levels of the household. So when we defined child poverty, first of all, we're looking at persons under age 18 that are at risk of poverty or social exclusion, or AROPI. And this is a very multifaceted indicator. So we're looking, first of all, at a risk of poverty rate, or let's say monetary poverty. Then we're looking at material and social deprivation. And then we're also looking at a low work intensity indicator in the household. You can find more information about these different aspects of the child poverty indicators in our website. You have there a monitor that does not only include child poverty measurement and analysis, but also the situation and the indicators in the other aspects of the child guarantee, namely education, childcare, nutrition, housing, and so on, including the analysis. So that is a resource that you can use when it comes to draft your advocacy strategies, because you find there the different aspects of child well-being, then the latest data available. Let's have a look at the latest data available for the indicator of child poverty. And what we find here is that over the last 10 years or so since 2015, there's been an improvement in the situation. So the ROP rate for children has decreased from 27.4% to 24.8% at the EU level. But it's important to look not only at the last 10 years, but also to look at trends for the latest data. And here what we see is that numbers are up since the beginning of the pandemic. So we're reversing the trend. That was a positive trend in terms of the improvement of the situation. So that's something you can see here. This is the child poverty rate since 2015. And you can see that were very high back in 2015. And there was a steady decline up until 2019. And then things have started to worsen little by little since 2020. So this is an area where it's important to pay attention and how to mitigate in the next few years this negative trend, because all the gains that were achieved in the last decade or so, they're being reversed. That would be the overall child poverty indicator, or ROP indicator. Let's have a closer look at the different components that are part of this ROP indicator. And the first one is a risk of poverty rate, so ROP instead of ROP. And what we're looking here is a monetary poverty. So it's the percentage of persons aged under 18 that are in households with an income below the 60% median equivalent disposable income after social transfers, which is a very long way of saying low-income households. And then here, what we see as well is that there's been a decrease over the last few years, but a slightly less pronounced decrease. So here we've only reduced since 2010 from 21% to 19% in 2023. And I believe that in addition to these EU averages, what is important is that we look at why these changes happen by analyzing further the national level. So we need to avoid having improvements in the EU average that are only driven by a set of few countries that are improving their situation, and then the others have the same situation. So having a look at whether countries are converging or diverging when it comes to their performance in relation to the EU average is crucial, because that's one of the key aspects of the cohesion at the EU level. We're talking about an ever closer union, and that means having countries that come closer together. And that is something that we see in child poverty in general, but not when it comes to monetary poverty. Here what has happened is we have more disparities between member states in the period from 2010 to 2023. There has been a catch-up effect, meaning that some countries that had high monetary poverty rates, like Poland and Hungary, have improved their performance steadily, but overall there's been an increase in disparities, which is something that, as we said, we want to avoid, because even if there's an improvement in averages at the EU level, that masks the fact that some countries are doing much worse than others. The second item or indicator that is part of this ROP indicator, the overall child poverty indicator, is the severe material and social deprivation rate for children. This is an indicator that measures the percentage of children that experience an enforced lack of at least 7 out of 13 deprivation items. And again, this is an indicator that shows that there's no trade-off between talking about child poverty and taking account of the situation of the household as a whole, because we're talking about items that are related to individual, but also others that have to do with a household. And you can see the full list of items that are considered in the link there. And these range from not being able to afford rent or utility bills, not being able to keep the home adequately warm, facing unexpected expenses, being able to afford eating meat fish or protein every second day, being able to afford a holiday away from home, having access to a car for personal use, replace worn-out furniture, worn-out clothes, and the list goes on. So it's a very comprehensive list. And here, once again, we see that in the last decade or so, there's been an improvement of the situation. So the percentage of children that were in this situation of severe material and social deprivation has decreased slightly. Again, the situation has improved over the last decade, but then we see a worsening of the situation since the beginning of the pandemic. But here we have a different situation from what we saw in monetary poverty when it comes to disparities between member states. So there's been a decrease in these disparities in the sense that countries are converging towards one another because their national averages is closer to the EU average. So that is a positive development. The last indicator that is used to measure our OP is children living in a household with very low work intensity. What we're looking at here is the percent of children that are living in households where the adults work 20% or less of their working time potential during the previous year. And this is calculated excluding those that are not in the labor market because they are studying or because they are retired or they live in a household where the main income comes from pensions. And what we have here, as in the other cases, is that there's been an improvement of the situation in the last 10 years. But then again, it's useful to look at the reduction of disparities. So here, the reduction of disparities was steady. So there was an improvement when it comes to convergence between member states between 2015 and 2020. And then with the pandemic, disparities rose between 2020 and 2021. And then there's been an improvement of the situation between 2022 and 2023 in the sense that we went back to the positive trend of a reduction of those disparities. So let's sum up the main points made in this presentation. So first and foremost, I believe that this new policy cycle at the EU level that starts now opens opportunities for advocacy in the area of child poverty. And that child poverty is one of the key areas if we're looking at advocating for children and families at the EU level. We can see that it's been mentioned in different documents for which there's a widespread consensus, not only when it comes to key players like von der Leyen, but also as we saw in declarations like the Declaration of La Hulpe that bring together those at the national level, civil society, and also social partners. Because of that, it's very important to understand what are we talking about when we talk about child poverty and to get a good understanding of the indicator ROP. Because as we've seen, that encompasses different dimensions that pertain not only to the situation of children as individuals, but also we look at other aspects like work intensity in the household, monetary poverty, that also deal with the situation of parents and of the household as a whole. When we're looking or advocating for measures to tackle child poverty, it's important to have a sense of trends over time. And here, it's important to understand that while there's been an improvement of the situation in the last decade or so, we're now in a negative trend since the pandemic that we risk to have reversion or going back to a situation where we had higher child poverty rates. So again, we need to have policy advocacy activities that make sure that we do not revert the trend and go back to a negative trend of increasing child poverty rates. And lastly, I think it's important to look at EU and national averages in combination. And by that, I don't mean like you see in a lot of presentations in Brussels to have bar charts with the EU average and then all member states, but to understand the interaction. So we need to see whether national averages are coming closer to the EU average, because it's important to have convergence and cohesion at the EU level to achieve the ever closer union. That is one of the guiding principles of the union. And because otherwise we risk that these improvements at the EU level are actually masking situations at the national level where we have a stagnating or a worsening of the situation. Thanks for your attention, and apologies again, I could not be with you in person, but I want to leave you with a set of resources that I believe could be valuable for your advocacy activities. First of all, the link to the Child Guarantee Monitor that I mentioned before, where you can have information about trends, the definitions of indicators, and description of the current situation in different aspects of the well-being of children, including child poverty. And then I want to announce that we will have more up-to-date data, as well as a closer look on the situation of those working for children, which is something that was mentioned in Laul's declaration at the beginning of next year. So we will be having a report bringing together this overview of the situation of children, together with an analysis of the situation of those working for children. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Molinuevo, for this recording. And finally, we have reached the end of today's session. Please join us for a networking dinner, thanks to the partnership with Wardyński and Partners Law Firm. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow here at 10 in the morning for the advocacy plans and turn the knowledge of today into action for the future for families. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, an applause for our distinguished speakers. And once again, on this occasion, I want to express my deep appreciation to Dr. Ignacio Socias, Advocacy Talent Acquisition, Dr. Alexander Jose Vasquez, Director of International Relations of IFFD, Advocate Tomasz Wardyński, Professor Anna Zbiegień-Turzańska, Advocate Marcin Karol Piechocki, Professor Marcin Wiącek, Zuzanna Śladowska, Zofia Tymińska, Katarzyna Lachman, Stanisław Siwko, and Agnieszka Matejczuk, who is here with us. Thank you very much once again, and join us at 6 p.m. at Wardyński and Partners. It's Aleje Ujazdowskie 10. Those for you who are foreign guests, please follow the Polish. And the entrance is from Matejki Street. And the formal part of our evening event starts at 6 p.m. and the event is planned to be held up to 8 a.m. 8 p.m. Yeah, it would be great to hold it up to 8 a.m. But excuse me, of course. Thank you, Dr. Ignacio Socias, for this interruption. Yeah, so the event is planned to be up to 8 p.m. Join us at Wardyński and Partners, and thank you very much, and a huge applause for all of us.